Y'all know what it is. It's Dark Mage. Down with the sick flow. You already know about the code already wrote a long time ago when I was stoned in my fucking home. Tetragrammaton. Y'all already know about the code already wrote a long time ago when I was stoned in my fucking home. Tetragrammaton. Y'all already know about my fucking code when I'm in the zone. Let's see here. We got couple minutes until, actually got 1 minute until 11 a.m. So I'm going to take like 5 minutes and do my thing before we get started here, but I'll give y'all some music. Alright, there we go. Greetings. Welcome to the dojo. My name is Dark Mage. Some people call me Mike, but online, I'm Dark Mage. GitHub is Mike Desu. Because when I created my GitHub, I wasn't sure if I was going to... Well, actually, back then, when I first created the GitHub, the concept of Evil Dojo didn't even exist. Now, Dark Mage as my username has been a thing since I was like a teenager. But, never mind the little stain on my shirt there. Maybe I should change my shirt. But Dark Mage as a username has been my handle for a long time. But... At the end of college, I had this concept for a company type deal. I was calling something like Zen Gaming Dojo. And eventually this morphed into Evil Dojo when I realized that I wanted to kind of also do security stuff and hacking. And I've kind of run with that for a while, but, you know, anyway, with the GitHub thing, Mike Desu was the name that I was going to be associating myself with, and still do, of course, but in the context of Zen Gaming Dojo, because I am Mike Desu. Onamae wa Mike Desu. Watashi no namae wa Ore no namae wa Ore no namae wa Mike desu. Dozo yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Where everybody at? Where y'all chatting? Y'all chatting yet? I want y'all to fucking chat at me. Y'all better fucking chat at me today, god damn it. I got this microphone arm. I can get my voice all good. I don't have to fucking hurt myself to like get up close to the mic and shit. Y'all better fucking chat at me. God damn it. What's happening? Y'all ready for some game dev? Y'all ready for some fucking game dev? Y'all ready for some chill out? I know y'all like my chill out music more than my other music, so I'll give it to you. Oops. There we go. Best not to look at the, it throws me off. I want to see the chat, but I also want to not get distracted by the analytics. Okay, there. Never mind my allergies. So let's pop this chat out. There we go. I want to drop the number of entities that we're spawning at the moment. No slowdown. No slowdown at 2,000. And 2,000 enemies on screen is kind of good in the grand scheme. You know what I mean? What's happening? I see you in the chat. I see you. I told myself I wasn't going to look at the analytics, goddamn, but I want to know when people show up. I want to engage. It's time to get some stuff done. 2,000 enemies on screen, and I think this is 128 by 128. Yeah. 128 by 128. What does that give us? $16,000 tiles. It's not bad. Now, one of the benefits of like the proposed system that I was talking about last time is that we could very easily well, assuming we did the work to actually do this migration, if every tile has a index, right, and tiles don't have anything on them in the beginning, then they could seriously exist without their associated like container vector until it's actually needed for something. The way that would work, you know, taking a look at the component table, if we were to create like a component called something like tile entities, then on the tile itself, which currently we have a whole ass pointer, for every 16,001 of those, we're actually carving out a small part of like memory in order to actually provide a space for these entities to actually drop into, because moving between tiles, what that actually is moving from one tile into another, which is actually removing an entity from one tile and then adding an entity to another tile. So in the process of moving, like with the new proposed system, let's say the hero is in tile 1 and to his right is tile 2, and he moves right into tile 2. So we'd have to first get the tile using its XY position in the grid, and then from that point we'd actually be able to pull up information about the tile. So one thing we could actually do in this process is effectively convert every tile to an entity, give every tile a entity type, which would be accessible through the component system, and then if that tile, or if that entity is a tile, we can go to check to see if it's got an associated component for actually storing content, right? In this case, we could be storing a vector, right? Actually, I don't think it would necessarily work from this angle, maybe, but effectively, if an entity, like if we go to like get an entity and it does, like if we go to get a tiles vector and that vector doesn't exist yet, then this would create it, right? So like when we go to get the entity and it doesn't have a store, or rather the store has been created but like the entity's not in the store. So like when we go to first get a store for a certain type and a type doesn't exist, it'll create the store on the fly, but that store will still be empty in the very beginning. So if you go to grab something from there and it's not in there, then we return null, right? So like when we go to get tile 2's vector and we see, oh hey, you know, tiles have this new data structure that associates entity IDs with vectors, and in the very beginning, the hero, I'm probably not going to do this today, I'm just like talking it out in my head to see if it's like worthwhile, but the entity as retrieved from like tile 2 has no entities, right? So like when we go to look at it, like we're attempting to get that tile's associated vector, and because we haven't added anything to it, it's gonna be null, right? But then when we actually go to set an entity, so like when we're moving our hero from there, right? We first grab that entity, the hero ID, and then we have to grab tile 1's vector, right? Which in the very beginning, before we add the hero, so like the first time we add the hero and we go to get tile 1's vector, at first that vector doesn't exist. But then as soon as we go to get it for the first time, I mean the first time the store containing those things, right? So like tile 1's, like what do we even call this type? So this actually works out for certain things, not necessarily others. So I think it'll be probably, like for right now, we could probably get away with not doing any of that kind of stuff. Like I'm almost attempting to over optimize, and it's going to kill a lot of time. I've already spent a lot of time optimizing this shit. So how's the audio, by the way? I see we got some people now. Let me hit that chat. No, ain't nobody saying shit. Y'all need to fucking talk at me, yo. God damn. What's happening? Happy Friday. I hope everyone's doing well. Let me know that you can hear me in the chat, because I want to make sure that my audio is good. How did I learn C++ for Gamedev? Well, it's a long story in D-Vibes Arcade, because I've been programming for literally, next year it'll be 30 years. I've been programming longer than most of the people who interact with me on the internet have been alive. Some about the same amount of time, but everybody gets into this shit at a different point, and when I got into this shit, I didn't have any direction. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. You know, like I was just moving in any direction I could possibly run in, trying to pick up as much shit as I could. I'd said the very first book on C++ I got when I was like 11, 12, something like that, was like, teach yourself C++ in 28 days or 28 weeks or something like that. Or 12 months or whatever. I say, well, here I am 30 years later. I feel like I kind of got the hang of some things. Voices a hair loud. Okay. Yeah, I'm running unfiltered, so I could actually... I mean, I think the best thing I could do is probably just move the microphone away just a little bit. Maybe. I don't know. Sometimes, you know, I'm a quiet dude. Sometimes. And if I'm able to, like, talk at this rate, at this volume, that'd be good. Because I don't like to have to raise my voice. The audio or the volume that my voice comes out is always proportional to, like, energy level, enthusiasm for the thing I'm doing or talking about, or, you know, just it's an amalgamation of factors. Plus, how could you hear all my lovely popping sounds if I had noise filtering on and all that stupid shit? You like my cables on the floor over here? I thought it was a good look. Yeah, I've been doing some work on the living room as well as my bedroom, and it all takes time. But, you know, I think the big yellow one is the one that I normally use to plug my PS5 into the switch, the network switch I've got. It's kind of funny. I got a network switch to, like, be able to plug devices in directly to my router without having a fucking pain in the ass. Actually, one thing I do want to get is a super long Ethernet cable so I can wire it into my bedroom, and then get another switch so that, like, every device in my house or my apartment can be wired, except for, like, my phone, right? But everything else would be fucking in that shit, because I got fast internet for what I'm doing here. Or at least faster than I'm used to. The place that I used to live at had fucking terrible internet. Not that it wasn't fast, but it would just drop packets all the fucking time. And maybe like 1 out of every 3 broadcasts I would do, it would literally lose 1/3 of all of the video frames. It would drop 1/3 of my frames. Even though internet was working for everybody else and they were able to, like, watch Netflix in like 3 rooms at the same time as me while I was streaming, every 3rd broadcast would be like, I'm just gonna drop packets, y'all. I don't give a fuck. The console app. That shit's funny, Jason. Yeah, back in my day. Back in my day, if you wanted to have fun, you had to stick pliers into an electrical outlet, you know? Like, you had to get real creative with shit. We didn't have these fucking chemical bastions. I mean, we did have, you know, all the stuff under the sink, of course. And that's when you learn to read labels and you're like, oh, it says don't eat this. Oh, that makes sense. No, I totally don't want to eat that. But nobody told me not to stick pliers into an electrical outlet. It's kind of funny how that works. you find out, that the reason that the pliers have rubber grips on them is to help prevent electric shock. And I did something kind of funny as a child that I am impressed that I have lived to tell about. Before I even had my major back surgery, where they cut me open and put titanium plates on my spine, while unsupervised one day, I remember distinctly, and I've done some other dumb shit, like when I was 4. Y'all know the game Mega Man 2? Type 1 in the chat if you know Mega Man 2. Like, of course you know Mega Man. If you don't know Mega Man, you're in the wrong place. You need to fucking, you got some homework to do. If you haven't played any Mega Man game, that's your homework assignment right now, is to stop watching me immediately and go fucking play some Mega Man, because you have done yourself a disservice, and you're not allowed to leave this earth until you've played at least one Mega Man to completion. But type 1 in the chat if you've heard of Mega Man at all. Type 2 in the chat if you know Mega Man 2, because Mega Man 2 was fucking great. But as a 4-year-old, 5-year-old kid, wanting to play, wanting to have fun, wanting to run around, not realizing that you shouldn't run around in your home because you could trip and bust your head open on an electrical outlet, forcing your parents to take you to the hospital where they had to stitch you up. And you were terrified of hospitals and doctors because you saw this movie called Sleeping Beauty. So anyway, what does this have to do with Mega Man 2? So I tripped and I busted my head on the electrical outlet because I was trying to pretend like I was Heat Man. You know, Heat Man, he's a really cool boss. His power, like, not only did he like fire little bolts of fire at you, but he also could turn into a thing of fire himself and transport himself to the other side of the stage, which I thought was like so fucking cool at the time. And it's still cool even thinking about it now. I can visualize in my mind that entire boss fight. Like, it left a physical impression on me. So flash forward to like age 9 or 10 before I have my back surgery, and totally unsupervised, I decided, because I'm a genius, and you gotta stick things into all the holes, stick pliers into electrical outlet. I'm not saying try this at home, but I'm saying that I'm very thankful that the handles of those pliers had rubber insulation, rubber, they were wrapped in rubber, because I do remember this distinct feeling of electricity going through your body. In the 8th grade, there was an experiment that we did later where the teacher had like rigged up an electric generator to the pencil sharpener. And he had this cool setup where, like, he had the entire class hold hands. And then he would turn the knob. And name the game is to, like, hold hands for as long as possible. And the electric current, like, this was a really cool demo of, like, electricity and, like traveling through medium, right? Like, traveling from person to person. That if you hold people hand to hand in a big circle, like your entire class, and one person's holding one end, the other person's holding another of the generator, and the teacher cranks the knob, and generally, to be kind to people, you want to do it slowly. You get electrocuted, for lack of a better way of saying it. And it's fortunate that those pliers I had rubber tips, because I experienced the shock at about the same force as that experiment did. So really all the rubber did was dampen the current, right? Like if I didn't have those rubber things on, I wouldn't be here today. You know, sometimes I say that learning things the hard way is like the best way to learn, but some lessons you can't recover from like that. Potentially. So, you know, always give yourself a buffer. Always give yourself some breathing room, because you never know when you're gonna fuck some shit up. Oh, C++ for 3 months. Good job. So the real question when you say you're learning C++ is, how long have you been learning programming in general? What is it that you're trying to do with C++ to begin with? Because 3 months for C++ really, I hate to say it, is not a long amount of time. Like, you really are going to, and it's also a question, because when people say things like, I have X number of years of experience doing something, right? A lot of people don't consider that. It's like, with what implication? Is that 3 years? Is that 3 years of you coding every single day for 8 hours a day, or 20? You know, it's like, if I say I have a day's worth of experience, does that mean that I have 24 hours worth of experience? Because if someone says I have a year programming, does that mean that you have 365 times 24 hours experience? Because in most cases, I don't think that's what most people actually translate as when they say they have been coding for a year. You know, if you pick up something a year ago and you only do it for 1 day, can you really say that you have a year's worth of experience, right? This is the kind of thing I think about when, like, employers are like, we want someone who's been writing JavaScript for 8 years, and is like, can I say I've been doing JavaScript every day? No. But I do say that I have 20 years of experience working with it, because I began dabbling in JavaScript in college, even though I didn't need it at all for the degree, which is computer science. Nowadays, especially if you're like, because really web development wasn't like a huge focal point until the advent of smartphones. People went really bananas when smartphones came out. So let's get back into it. Got that full 60 FPS with 2,000 dudes on the screen right now. Actually 2001. No slowdown with these particular parameters, which I feel like is probably a good starting point, a good jumping off point. The code's starting to come really clean. Like, in the last month, I've shaved off literally 6,000 lines of code from my fucking code base, all with this component system upgrade that I've done, which I think is really fucking great. I mean, I don't see any FPS drop off, so I do see a little bit of a hiccup in the frame draw time, but it's like negligible. It's like, We could even probably calculate like an average frame draw time and like actually keep track of that. It might be a little bit the calculation itself might actually cause more of a slowdown than anything else. But the slowest parts of this are going to be in the game drawing in general, until we actually have so many complex things that might be going on, because every entity gets a turn and they appear like they're all moving at the same time, but that's because the calculation of their turns occurs all before a single frame is drawn. So every single frame, and then really nobody takes their turn until the player takes their turn. So once the player takes the turn, you know, it almost looks like everyone's moving at the same. But if we were to slow it down a bit, you would see that the hero's got like a little bit of a lead on everybody, right? Oh no shit. You started programming with C++? So you've only been coding for 3 months. Damn, dude. You want to make desktop apps and music VSTs? That's cool, actually. I like the idea of making VSTs. I've always wanted to fuck with that, but I never really have like dug into it or known how to get started. It might be something fun to play around with in the future, because I got this guitar over here and I also have an amp that I can plug in to the computer here, and we could actually have some live music type game, you know, jam session type deal. But I always thought it would be cool if I could like write some sort of like audio plugin that like modulates the output from the amp, and that might be kind of cool. Real talk, I'm not gonna lie, when I was actually like near homeless in the last 10 years, I want to say like 2018, I was stuck at grandma's, maybe even before that, maybe like 2014 even. Yeah, no, honestly, I have mad respect for that. That's normally the kind of thing that I tell people, but I would even say that you should spend a lot of time in C before you get to C++. Starting in C++ is like, I mean, it looks like you're either Chinese or Japanese, or possibly some other form of Asian. So I recognize the first character as Ten, or Tien, as in heaven. And I think in Chinese it represents sky. But the point being, like, imagine taking a kid who doesn't know anything about martial arts and then throwing them into the middle of a dojo filled with weapons that they could easily hurt themselves with without giving them any sort of formal training or like instruction. It's good that you have a book though. It's just a lot of power and syntactic ambiguity to have to deal with as a new programmer. Nice. Okay, well that's cool. No, I appreciate that. I'm a fellow weeaboo, so I know how it is. I'm actually half genetically British myself, you know. It's, the other half is Irish. So actually, as I was saying earlier, when I was near homeless, I got I had a copy of Strostrup's, like, it's a C++ programming language book. It's a huge book. It's got like 1,000+ pages to it, but it literally details every possible aspect of C++ syntax and usage that you could possibly ever hope to think of. I don't remember if it has stuff about the STL, but honestly, the whole reason I converted the game code from C to C++ is to have access to the STL, because the built-in data structures that the STL offers are so good, and they take away the burden of a C programmer having to roll these data structures themselves. Honestly, reading books should be half of the way to go. Indie Vibes Arcade. Reading books should be half the way you go, and the other half should be something like making real projects, doing small programs, doing things that allow you to experiment in a sandbox, play with ideas, and make sure that you yourself understand the things that you're reading, because you can't learn just by reading. It's just, there's no way. And not to mention, a large reason that these books exist is for people to be able to go back to them, so that in the process of working on something that you get stuck on, you can verify the correct way to do something. Because after a while, you'll ingest this stuff and it will become second nature over time. And even then, there's still things that I'm figuring out as I go. There's certain things that you'll have to deal with in individual projects that'll be different than you'll have to deal with from other projects. But getting some core ideas down, getting some real nuanced, like, base premise principles. The biggest piece of advice I can give for any programmer in general, new or old, is to get really pedantic with error checking. Write code defensively. Try to think ahead in that, what could go wrong with this function that I haven't accounted for? And basically all this really means is check for null pointers. Make sure that you're not dealing with none objects. That kind of thing. That's the biggest piece, honestly. It's like, at that point, if you could do that, then you pretty much can do anything, I feel like. But there are certain things about, like, game development that, like, I wish I knew as a kid, such as the fact that you have to create a window, such as the fact that you have to draw to that window, such as the fact that you have to receive input from the user, and some basic organizational things like game state and stuff like that. But it would not become clear to me how to do this until much, 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 much later, even after my first corporate developer job doing iOS point of sales. And that was 11 years ago. I had my first corporate real world job, not freelance, not nothing. 5 years after I got out of college. So I actually freelanced for about 4 years there. There was a year where I literally did nothing because I got kicked out of my home. I didn't have anywhere to go, and so I had to live with friends, and I didn't know how to market my skills. I didn't know how to market skills. I didn't really know how to build anything yet. School did not teach me how to build so much as how to complete assignments and follow instructions. But I managed to do it long enough, I got a piece of paper proving that I did it, so people seem to like that shit. But at a certain point, once you're kind of like in the industry doing real shit, people don't really care at a certain point. If you're new and you just got out of college, people care. But once you're so many years in, people really want to see what you've been doing during that time. And last few years have been pretty rough. Let's just say that much. I'm not trying to get into it all the time, every single stream, but people on the inside know what's been going on in that department and why it's taken me so long to get back to this point. But here we are. So, question for Friday is, what is the next best step to making this game actually start to happen? Because we got stuff that works. So throughout the day today, I'm going to be taking my dog out to go pee-pee and poo-poo. I'm going to probably heat up some food, make something to eat, make sure I got some energy, get another cup of coffee here in a little bit. But I do want to think about the next step here. So one thing that I kind of am lamenting a little bit is that when I first wrote this new system, all the structs and shit are named with capitals, and I don't really like that. The exceptions that are going to be like, this is from Raylib, so that's going to be a capital. And some of the primitives are lowercase, but actually it's really the type aliases that I want to change. And even just starting with one, it's going to break some stuff, right? So before we do that, let's check out a new branch. So let's do this one at a time before we do it in mass. Let's start with this, right? So there's step one, but this can break stuff. So over in libdraw, line 1389, oh, I can't call it lowercase name, fuck. I have to call it N. Okay. So that's fixed. Now let's continue. Naturally, liblogic also broke, so 129. So I'm gonna have to change this to that. Changes it. Oops. Change this to that, and change this to that. Now this is just really like a personal preference. I like things to be lowercase. I don't like having to hit shift to uppercase shit. I don't like camel case. Alright, so that's good. Let's make sure it runs. Okay, we're good there. That was easy enough. Alright, libdraw's next. Oh, it's actually offering us code fixes. Oh, that's sick. I didn't even have to manually do that anymore. Alright, dungeon tiles next. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Got a few things here. Try entity pickup. So one of the inspirations that I picked up from like my brief time working with Rust was this idea that like crates are essentially modules. So you can organize code in your build system in a way where you have very specific functionality moved into individual source files, right? So let's do entity pickup. Oh, easy that shit is, man. See, this is why I like my Vim setup. It's so... Oh, it's so good. God damn, I wish code was this nice when I was growing up. Fuck. Oh, man. I can't get over it. Regex. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm being very careful about it because, like, as you can see, every rename is breaking a lot of different things. And I want to make sure that I fix all of these things before moving on to the next thing, so that I have like a little bit of confidence I'm not getting overwhelmed with errors that I have to deal with. Don't worry about if you're ready to use Raylib, because Raylib is actually really easy. It was designed to be easy. Raylib literally gives you source code on the web. They show you how to do shit. Like, I actually sponsor Rayson. He's a fucking boss programmer, and I really like what he's made, and I want to not only make things with it, but encourage people to use it. I don't get paid to tell people this. I genuinely believe in his product that much. I was using libSDL. If anything, you're not ready for libSDL. You are ready for Raylib. Hey, you know what? Perl regex I learned about first in, well, generally you should really just consider like regex and not just like Perl regex. Perl regex syntax is subtly different than regular regex, but not like so crazy that you have to totally relearn a whole lot of different shit. But because Perl is Perl specific, I would recommend picking up just like generic regex in general. And if you plan on doing stuff in Perl, then yeah, that's cool. But yeah, there is of course like built in like to upper and to lower in Vim and stuff like that, but let's see. Okay, so next is tile npc tile npc living count. Let's see, liblogic next, huh? Okay. Cause see, look, this one change in this one file has caused this many errors for the next part of the build process. And you also have like the build process stops if one part doesn't build correctly, or it like throws errors. So tile has boxes next. Yeah, most people are going to tell you Visual Studio Code, which did not exist when I began not only programming, but also when I began using Vim. Now, just for history, the guy who signed my diploma was pushing for us to use Vim in 2006 when I first took his first class on advanced programming in C. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Buska Dasinfin. I don't know how to pronounce that. I probably fucked it up. Sorry. Is that it? No. Doing all right here. Just getting started. I've been on for a little while, but we're really starting to crank. So I should check on something because been waiting to hear back on some work stuff. It's the only reason I'm live right now, and the only reason I haven't been live is I actually started a new position recently, and it's a pretty intense one. I'm actually a penetration tester now. But I'm on standby until we hear back from a client. Oh, so that actually built. All right, so far so good. Maybe we can get away with doing 2 at once this time. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it's like we're not really chained. Like it's pretty. What we're doing here is in a pretty clean workflow. So let's do the next one, or next. Let's do 2 now, right? Or maybe we could do 4. Or you want to get ballsy, and let's try actually doing them all. See, that does forced uppercase. That lowercase is everything. Okay. So what do y'all think is more interesting, hacking or game development? Everyone's gonna have a different take on this, and what I've noticed is that a lot of people in the developer space are totally fucking frightened of security shit. And the people in the security world don't really give a shit about making games. I found this always very interesting because to me, it's like, damn, I wish I had more time to do both. Android translation layer project. No, I have not. Tell me about it. That sounds interesting. A lot of people are not even aware of the fact that underneath the hood, iOS and Android are basically just Linux. Although, technically you could argue that like the Mac OS and iOS like kernels are Darwin, and Darwin's actually kind of removed from the Linux, distribution or whatever, but they have ancestors. They're basically it's all the same. It's all the same shit. All right, this is gonna break a lot of stuff. What's the first thing? All right, let's hit lib draw. I like it when the LSP picks this shit up, man. I really do. Oh, I gotta call it something other than race. Fuck. Okay. It seems to be a project that allows you to run Android applications on Linux, but it doesn't work like Waydroid. This method is more oriented towards the kernel that is not emulated. Interesting. Okay. So they're trying to build some in-kernel stuff that allows you to run like Android applications natively on Linux. That's kind of interesting and curious. I'm not sure what I would want to run on Linux that exists on Android but isn't on Linux. You could do some really wonky stuff too. I see like doing this. Maybe like they'd let you like pull over termux, and then you could have like an Android. See, it just seems kind of weird. I'm not sure why you would want to do this. I actually don't know about Wadroid, but like if I were an Android developer, you know, they have this emulation kind of set up in like Android Studio, kind of like with Xcode, where you can effectively like run a VM for your iPhone app so that you can test it or whatever. All right, next bugs are in, wait, what? $7.79. Oh, weird. Oh, that's because it's an assert. $13.17. Oh yeah, I see. It's related to this. It needs to be R. Oh yeah, well, there's a. I mean, speaking from a content angle, for a lot of like security and hacking stuff, it makes more sense to like do videos, because realistically, doing real proper hacking and a lot of stuff, you know, depending on where your focus area is, reconnaissance takes a long time, and sometimes you end up running scripts and scans. It can run for days, weeks. So that's kind of boring on one level. So I totally get the like engaged viewer perspective. I wasn't necessarily thinking about that, but that is a good angle. All right, so Dungeon Tile is next. Oops. No, that's not dead to read. Lowercase dead. Alright, so next is try entity pickup. Next is update player states. So I don't even think we're necessarily using this right now. Thank you. I appreciate that. Shout outs to new subscriber Busqueta Buscada Sinfin. Buscada Sinfin. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Tile living NPC tile living count. All right, lib logic is next. Nasty, look at all those errors. Oh wait, try entity move. Nice. You know, I've never had Skull Candy headphones, and I've always been told that they were kind of a scam and a ripoff, to be honest. I'm not trying to shit on your headphones, but I remember seeing them in a GameStop and a Walmart long, long ago, and just remembering that, like, they really try to get you with, like, the branding and the labeling and stuff like that, and for an equivalent amount of money, you could probably get better headphones, but I'm glad they sound good. I'm glad you like my music. The endless search. Well, now I'm curious, is that like Spanish? Is it Spanish or Portuguese? I was taking some Duolingo Spanish. I actually live in Texas, so, you know, we got a lot of Spanish speaking people around here. But it's been hard to push myself to study and be interested and, you know, find a lot of cool content out there that kind of fits. Now, that said, though, there are like a good number of Twitch streamers and YouTube streamers who are Spanish game devs and developers. Maybe this would get, you know, maybe I could do some Spanish study type streams, because I like learning languages too. I'm actually doing Duolingo Mandarin right now. At the same time as that, I'm also starting to like watch more Japanese stuff, because Japanese next to English is probably the language I know the best. Even though I'm not like the best Japanese speaker, or like reader or writer or whatever, but I know enough that I could get lost in downtown anywhere in Japan and figure out. Hoteru wa doko ni ikimasu ka? Ah, so, arigatou gozaimasu. Amerikajin desu kedo Nihongo daisuki desu. Oh, hell yeah. Well, you know, it's kind of funny because I talk about accents often with regards to like regional dialect in the United States, and you can go to virtually any part of any of the 50 states, and each of the 50 states has a subtly different kind of like tone and inflection and vernacular. Yeah, real talk. I used to have Sennheiser HD 555s, and I think those are honestly the best headphones that I've ever used. they were over the ear, but they were open ear, in that the space behind your, like where your ear would be at, was like grated with like mesh, like a mesh plating, so that there was like open exposure into, you know, the surrounding environment, but at the same time it made such a clean sound. Like that in combination with my FLAC like music collection at the time, oh man, it was just, I was locked the fuck in. This is how I got through college, man. I later actually bought another pair of the same headphones later, after rotating through Audio-Technicas, Sonys, etc. I've had like 3 pairs of Sennheisers, and I'm overdue to buy another pair. But at the same time, because of the kind of environment that I'm in lately, I don't really get a chance to headphones, you know. And not to mention, I've got a really sick subwoofer that I could be plugging headphones into for personal listening, but because I got this elderly dog behind me, I don't want to ever put her in a position where she's trying to talk to me and I can't hear her, because absolute worst case scenario, she falls and hurts herself, or she pees on the couch or something like that. And you know, that's why I haven't been doing as much over the ear type listening in a while now. But long ago I had this friend who let me use a headphone amplifier that his dad made out of parts from Radio Shack. I wish I was smart enough to figure something like that out, but this dude was also a doctor in physics, so go figure. Alright, let's get back to bug fixing. Lib logic is next. Okay. This one's gonna have a lot. Too many errors. That's so funny. Once it changed dead to read. Oh yeah, well, okay, so we're all in the same space, dude. We're all in this together, you know what I mean? Like, we're all on this planet Earth bullshit, right? Like, while the entire world is burning around us, and while, you know, while the entire world is burning around us, and, you know, fucking hate politics. I hate all this infighting that people are doing. I hate this lack of unification that we are currently experiencing as a society. And life is short, you know what I mean? Like, we don't have time for this bullshit. We don't have time for all these fucking problems that other people got. They have nothing to do with us. Everybody wants rage bait. Everybody wants outrage. Everyone is literally crack addicted to the fucking emotion of, like, my social causes. You know what I mean? Like, ain't got time for any of that shit. You know what we do got time for? Making games. Getting good at programming and hacking. and building the weaponry necessary to affect social change the way that we're able to. And what does that social change mean for me? It means that I want people to be as good at this shit as I am. I'm not even that good, but I want people to be this good at least. And I want people to follow others who are also good, because this is a way that you can self-liberate. This is a way that you can take control of your life. This is a way that you can basically just give the finger to your parents and say, fuck you, I know what I'm doing. You don't tell me what to do, I tell you what to do. You know what I mean? Like if you've ever been in that kind of position where like you're constantly taking orders from other people, you hate your job, you hate your school life, you know, you don't like where things are going. This is a way to create and carve out your own direction. Okay, we're almost done here. This one's a little bit kind of an intense track in relation to the other tracks. I'm really happy that you like this music though. Like, I've got 2 playlists on the OBS. One of them is all death metal, and I was just talking before stream to myself that I know you guys like my chill out music more than my death metal. And there's a part of me that's like, kind of like, stabbed in the heart about that, because, well, I like chill out too. The way I describe it is that my mind is like a wave, right? I have these ups and downs, and I can code equally as good to death metal as I can this chill out music. It's very cathartic. It's very soothing. It helps me get into a flow in a work zone. But a lot of people don't like the death metal stuff, so chill out it is for right now. At some point, maybe once we have like enough viewers, I can start like throwing out some stuff. Actually, you know what? I should really be uploading some of this music to YouTube, because I do have ownership over it all, and if people really like listening to it, I'd be happy to upload individual tracks as well as like a whole playlist if you want to. And if you're into that kind of thing, the Gamedev to fascism pipeline, well, I I mean, don't cancel me. You know, just don't cancel me. That's all I ask. Because I'm gonna be real. I'm probably the most hardcore in this regard. In that, well, I mean, I wouldn't be the only one who says this. But I do have to say that I am a bit totalitarian with my decision making with regards to my own projects. I'm not extremely flexible in this regard. But, talk to me more about this pipeline, Slants. The FFmpeg guy. Are you talking about Soding? I don't know if he's the FFmpeg guy, but he like implemented some stuff that FFmpeg does without using FFmpeg. I know Soding's done some Raylib stuff, and I've interacted with Soding on Twitter as before too. Really cool guy, very skilled at what he does. I don't know what his history or anything is, but you know, he's got a nice snarky sense of humor and sarcasm. We're big fans of sarcasm over here at the dojo. I'd like to actually start doing interviews with other developers and hackers. So I have something to admit right out of the gate. While I technically did make these tunes, what I really did was I wrote a prompt and Suno made them. But the cool thing about Suno, which is an AI music generation service, is that you own 100% anything you create. Like, it's yours. Like, you wanna take the creations you take off of Suno and put them on other platforms and then monetize them, you're totally able to do that. One of the big reasons that I actually created, or, you know, I actually just renewed my Suno shit, so I need to, like, you know, the problem is they give you so many credits. I don't ever burn through them all every month, and I'm definitely not utilizing the account to the degree that I should. And these tunes are actually kind of old for the account. Like, they're months and months and months old. But the whole reason I created the Suno account was so that I could have my own music playing. So I like listening to music and coding, but I don't want to catch a copyright strike. Is it blasphemy? I mean, I have a real problem. Oh, dude, first of all, no, calm down. If you're new to this channel, you don't know about my SoundCloud, you don't know about the rap music that I've made, you don't know about the beats that I've made already. I've got plenty of that kind of stuff if you're interested, and I'll upload all that stuff too. So don't act like I ain't used the DAW before. But making music takes a long time. It absolutely does, to like create anything interesting that if you're not already in a workflow of doing, you know, I can make really simple stuff quickly, but the problem is that you want a really good playlist for people, just like I've got right now. But on the same token, the Casey Muratori. So I know who Casey Muratori is. I've watched several, you know, interviews with him, as well as I've seen him interact with the Primeagen. Big fan of the Primeagen. I hope that guy peeps my shit sometime. I think I'm actually older than the Primeagen, which is funny because, like, he ended up in a senior position like way before I did. Very happy to say I have my first senior position finally. And it's about time I got a little bit of recognition. I hate to say it like that, but it's also been a long time coming, man. I'm a short guy. If you walk up to me in person, I am 5'2". All right? Most people are taller than me. So I'm not going to impress you on the physical body front. You know, like, I hope to be able to peak out muscle mass-wise at some point in the future, and maybe even get fat along the way. But I'm 5'2", like 110 pounds. I've literally got no weight. And the only way I'm able to, like, flex is really, like, right here when I'm, like, locked in and shit. Some of the things do come out in a way where it's hard to tell that it's AI generated, right? The death metal, in many instances, you can obviously tell, because they're doing shit that's just, like, so ridiculously hard to play that, you know, you'd have to question whether or not it was made by a human. But with electronic music, it's a lot easier to get away with something that's, like, kind of hard to tell. And really, this is, I think, one of the big lines that, like, can start to blur with AI generated content, right? And that's also another reason why, like, on YouTube, you have to label whether or not something was AI generated in order to, like, comply with their shit. People don't like looking at things and people don't like being deceived. And that's why I want to be very transparent about, like, everything I do. But in certain cases, I might, like, you know, try to get away with a few things. But no, I want Slants to talk about the handmade space, as I'm not familiar with the double quote Casey Muratori handmade space, or how it's been, quote, taken by fascists. I mean, you know, on a similar front, like, you could almost say that the people forcing Rust into the Linux kernel are fascist in a lot of ways. You could say that the people forcing the politics into Godot are fascists. You know, I thought America was about freedom. I thought it was about choice. And anyone who attempts to take your choice away, they're the real fascists. Because people come to cancel you all the time for holding this opinion or that opinion, or associating with this group or this person. But I'm not sure what Casey Muratori handmade space is. And I just want, like, it to be clear that I'll talk to anybody, right? Like, I'll talk to people on any side of any fence. You know, I aim to be on the fence. You know what I mean? Because people will throw stones at you, especially if you're a fence sitter. But a skilled enough fence sitter can catch these stones in the middle of the air and actually just keep collecting stones without ever getting knocked off the post. And before you know it, they too are able to participate in the hurling of weaponized language in order to carve out a third path. You know, we're all about that third path here. You know, we don't like taking sides. I don't like taking sides. We all should not aspire to generalize ourselves by putting labels and categories. You want to be a flexible human being. You want to be open to the idea that you might be wrong about something, but also operate in the certitude that as you question your first premises, and as you establish this baseline, this core concrete reality, that it serves as an operating basis for everything that it is that you do or believe at that point, right? So I always liked the idea that, like, as a kid, nihilism was a great ground floor for, like, philosophical type thinking. Because if nothing matters, then you get to choose what matters. You get to choose what is or is not, like, baseline truth. And the truth is, I fucking love C++, and I love C, and I love Linux, and I love Vim. I'm actually using NeoVim, so really I should say I love NeoVim, but I also loved Vim for a very long time before NeoVim. And that's the main reason I use NeoVim now, is that I was already using Vim. And it's not to say that, you know, like with Visual Studio Code, you can't, like, install Vim key bindings. I think Cursor out of the box uses Vim key bindings. There is something a little bit depressing about that point, but when you consider the reality of the situation, it's like we're on this planet together. This ship, this spaceship, traveling very fast around the sun in a universe where we don't know for sure that there's life on other planets. Now, that said, there was a press release recently about them thinking that they found some shit on Mars. But at the same time, I mean, it's been a question for a long time if we're really alone in the universe. But whether or not we are, we shouldn't operate as if we are. Like, it's better to think that we're not alone than we're alone. And it's better to think that the thing that we're not alone with is not hostile. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be ready in case some shit happens. But at the same time, whoever we're not alone with could be so powerful as to just wipe us off the fucking map with a flick of their wrist. And so you don't want to piss off the powers that be, but at the same time, voice some concern that, you know, hey, how much of the problems that we're experiencing now are totally of our own making? How bad did mankind fuck up? Well, mankind fucked up bad enough that God had to send Jesus down. Oh, dude, no, you need to check out some Vim. You know, the way that my teacher, the guy who signed my diploma, was trying to sell it to us, Vim was, you know, the whole idea is that you want to keep your hands on the keyboard. You want to keep your fingers in home row. The problem is my right hand doesn't really play nice with this. Oh, Handmade Hero, was that him? Now I gotta look that shit up. I actually know that name. Okay, I may not have seen this. But I'm gonna have to. Okay, so there. This was a very long daily project that he's done a long time ago. So that's cool. Yeah, it's like, I think there's a lot of value in learning how to do things from scratch. Yeah, everyone talks about flat Earth, but nobody ever talks about the moon or the sun in this context. Are the moon and the sun flat as well? Like, there's so much emphasis on certain things that people gloss over the details of others. This spawned multiple communities doing conferences based on these ideas. So many of the prominent ones happen to be very right-wing. I don't even know who Ginger Bill or Ryan Fleury are. Ryan Fleury, let's see. It works at Epic Games. Well, I'm really sorry to hear he works at Epic Games, because that doesn't really make me think too highly of him. But, oh, he's the dude who did Odin? No, Ginger Bill did Odin? Okay. I mean, I saw some shit with Odin on YouTube a while back. Someone made some, like, custom homebrew game engine with it. So that's cool. Like, here's the thing. I hate talking about politics, but if you want to get into, like, the philosophical aspect of doing it yourself and making your own engine versus using other people's tools, Using other people's tools is very left-wing. Making your own stuff is very right-wing. You know why? It's all about time and money. And to a degree, energy. So, to be liberal with your money, you have to be okay with just spending money. You say, oh, there's a tool I need and it costs $10 a month. I'm gonna buy it and pay the subscription fee. Like making games in Unity or making games in Unreal is by far the most liberal thing that you could do as a game developer. It's the most left-wing thing that you could do as a game developer, is to not only like denigrate or delegate yourself, both really. The denigration of delegation, the delegation of denigration. To like force yourself into this position where you're using other people's tooling. Now that said, I am using a guy named Raylib's tool to draw this, right? Like I'm not so left-wing that I'm not using other people's tools. So I'm at least a little bit left-leaning in this regard. But there's nothing more empowering than learning how to do shit for yourself. To pull yourself up by your own bootstraps without relying upon other people's assistance. There's really something very powerful about this. And I think people are very quick to label other people in an effort to like discredit or make seem that, oh, well, because they hold this viewpoint or this viewpoint, I'm not going to fuck with them. I'm not going to do things their way. I think, you know, you can very easily color someone away from doing things themselves, you know? And I think that's a very dangerous idea. I think it's the difference between being a follower and a leader. And even if you're not leading, like if you're doing stuff for yourself and nobody's paying attention to you, at the very least, you're doing it for yourself. Okay, so if the moon is a plasma mirror dish, what the fuck was the moon landing? You know, what was this shit where we like launched shit, you know, fucking spaceships into space, landed on the moon and, you know, planted a flag there? Like, did that shit not happen? Are you gonna tell me that the moon landing was fake also? I don't buy that shit. You know how I know the moon landing happened? Because I saw a video of a Japanese man brutalize the ever-loving fuck out of Tetris Masters 2. And if you don't know the video I'm talking about, you should absolutely YouTube that shit. This would be kind of good vibes right now, actually. I wonder if I could pull that up. I think this is it. Here. Okay, so I'm gonna mute that, but this is how I know that we actually did make it to the moon. I don't know why, but when you see this shit, you just kind of have this intuition that, like, well, even if we never made it to the moon, we're totally able to. This dude absolutely brutalizes this game. I'm a big fan of, like, Pro Tetris. I'm so, like, ecstatic that there's, like, competitive gaming for Tetris now, and that there's, like, actually tournaments and shit. I wish I had a good Tetris, like, playing setup. I think I have one, like Tetris Sphere or Tetris World or something on the Switch. Never really got that far into it, but I like this shit. So he's killing this, right? And it gets pretty fast. Like, we're gonna skip forward a bit. Like he's getting, like, real fucking... And I'll show you where the shit gets, like, bananas. Everything's gonna go full invisible in a bit. So, moon being plasma plate or whatever, I don't think that we didn't get to the moon. Like, for all the conspiracy theories out there, I think that we absolutely got to the moon. Look at this shit, man. This is bananas. This is like some crack rock smoking, like, level of skill. Like, you want to be cracked out at anything. You want to be cracked out this good at whatever it is that you do in life. Timer stopped, credits are rolling, and they still got a chance to, like, this is like an extra level on top of this shit. Boom. Look at that shit. I wish I was that good at Tetris, man. I tell you what. Good vibes, good vibes. Yeah, we do stand on the shoulders of giants. That's fucking fact. Okay, well, thank you, Slants. But no, I think it's a bit of a stretch. Whoever's calling that a pipeline is talking. They're using that from something else that was shown to be, like, kind of a pipeline between. I forget what the name of the institution was, but, like, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Tim Pool, etc. A bunch of, like, right-wing content creators. I think they all started at the same place or something like that. And this is kind of what they're kind of making reference to, is like, oh, well, that's a pipeline. Well, this is a pipeline. And this is really just more of a bigger effort to, like, try and discredit certain ideas or certain people's way of doing things because they hold certain opinions, like I was saying earlier. It's like if someone makes an amazing tool and then you find out later that the person who made the tool is kind of like a dickhead or a piece of shit, are you going to stop using that tool if it's really good? Are you going to say, oh, well, this tool is Nazi coded, so I'm going to use the tool that's not Nazi coded? First of all, what the fuck does that even mean? If a Nazi codes it, or this language this language is too fash, bro. This language is you know, it's too totalitarian. This language won't let me cross-dress the way that I want to. You know, like, what the fuck is even going through some people's heads sometimes? Like what about Ryan Fleary or Ginger Bill is right wing? I just don't understand. Alright, so our game, we have made all of the component names lowercase. And I like this a little bit more. You know, this is a lot closer to how I want to write things. So let's merge everything back over. I'm really impressed that my dog hasn't gotten up or needed to go do anything, but we'll probably be doing that here in a little bit. It's about time for another smoke break. This coffee has lasted me way longer than I thought it would. Yes, shoutouts to the Google. They invited me to a in-person event like 3 years ago now. This cup is 3 years old. I still remember that event though, because I've interviewed with Google 3 times. Never landed a position with them yet. But for those 3 times that I got interviewed by them, I did not apply for the position. They came to me off of my LinkedIn saying, yo, we like what you're doing. We want to talk. But you know what's fucked up about Google and their interviewing process? They have you write code in Google Docs. That's right. No IDE, no syntax highlighting, nothing like that. They have you code in fucking Google Docs. I think that's, or at least, let's see, when's the last time I actually interviewed with him? It was like 2018, I think. I interviewed with him in like 2013. 20. When was the second time that I interviewed with him? Somewhere in between 2013 and 2018, and then 2018 was the third time. But then 2022, I go to this in-person event at the Botanical Gardens here in town. I get this cup. My keys are not here, but I also have a Google lanyard, and I guess I'm still on their radar somehow. Just waiting for me to, I don't know, build something to completion. But how do y'all feel about Google as a company? Man, you can do anything as the Pro Tetris proves it, but we were going to land on the plasma. But we did it already in like the fucking 60s. We already got to the moon. We did that shit already. That's some done shit. You say that the moon landing is fake? That moon landing was not fake. So what are we doing next? Let's drop the size of the dungeon. Okay, so I got a much smaller dungeon floor now. And everybody's going to be doing their thing. So there's going to be a lot that I have to add back in. There's a lot that I had to disable in order to do this big ass cleanup operation, and now that the operation's cleaned up, I definitely want to think about adding back in a lot of things. So at the moment, the dude's got no weapon. We got no weapon spawning in the dungeon, right? Princess is woken up. You ready to go do some business? Come on. Alright, I think it's time for a smoke break. cool. Yeah, I know they have their own coding document standard. I don't remember how it differs from the way that I do things, but a lot of what they recommend in their syntax guidelines is pretty straightforward. You want to say hi to the internet? You want to say hi to the internet? These are my emotional support animals. Really, it's more like he's emotional support, and this little girl is still emotional support, but in a different way. What do you think the next thing I should do in the game is? Besides cat on. All right, cat. Wow. Oh damn, I never clicked record on this bitch. Fuck. Oh well. Still a good stream. So this is Nano, my cat, and a dog is Gracie. So what's the damage here? What are we actually what are we gonna do? Gracie is 15 years old. Nano is about 1. Gracie was my grandma's dog before my grandma passed away. And the last thing that my grandma asked of me was that I would take care of Gracie. It was kind of understood that that was going to be the case, even without her saying it, but I'm really glad that despite having exaggerated dementia during her final days, she was still clear-headed enough on her last day on this earth. Actually, before that, a few days before that. To ask me to take care of Gracie when she passed away. She didn't even say that. She said, if anything happens to me, promise me you'll take care of Grace. And I said, of course, Grandma. It was already understood that that was what I was going to do, even if you didn't ask me. Because honestly, I love that little girl. She's been around us since the beginning of my developer career, after graduating college. She used to sit in my lap back when I had like a more fat chair, and she was more comfortable with being glued up like that. If I had a better setup here, I would want to get like a recliner type, like lounge chair that's like got a really big ass fucking bottom, because then I'd have both these motherfuckers glued up to me constantly, and that way I could just like really lock the fuck in. But I need to get a different desk or something, because for all the mods and stuff I've done to this desk, it still leaves a lot to be desired from a comfort of use perspective with my back and all that shit. How easy would it be for me to create a weapon again? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's good that someone wanted to take her. Because, yeah, that kind of thing does happen. And not everyone's always equipped. You know, I probably spend more on food for my animals than I do on myself. Alright, we're going to try creating a weapon and see if there was anything missing that I need to do in order to like get this to just spawn on the screen. I think this is a good start. We want to be able to equip weapons again. We used to be able to do that. I'd like to equip a weapon. Alright, so there's our sword. Now here's the problem. We don't have a way to pick it up at the moment. Right? We've got a sword on the field. There's a little bit of a graphics glitch with Aaron Herman Miller. See, this is actually a Serta, and it's my second of the same type. It's called a Air Lumbar, but the problem is, like, the chair is so fat. I really have to lean back in order to, like, make my lower back actually come into contact with it before I really get any good support. And with the way that my head rests, and this motherfucker is glued up on me right now. Hunt the Wumpus. That sounds so familiar. FYI, you've been a really fun person to chat with, and so you are more than welcome to come into the Discord and chat with the rest of the crew. Not everyone shows up at the same time, and not everyone's always available for when I'm streaming, but we are always talking shit in the general chat. Plus, I'm also creating a bunch of other channels and plan on doing a bunch of, like, I want to do some stuff like Pirate Software's got, where he links to different resources, which is just kind of like a great way to centralize, like, information or, like, reference. Oh, interesting. Okay. Hey, you know what? It's better than nothing. You know, you might feel down on yourself for it not being like a hyper complicated project. It's still a project, and you still learn more than you knew beforehand going in. It's, you know, like you can't knock yourself just because you feel like, oh, well, this isn't all that great. If it works, if it runs, and if it does more than it did before, that's a win. I don't know what the problem with him is necessarily. Like, I don't think his priorities are on his game. I think his priorities are elsewhere. I saw some videos breaking down poor techniques and things, but I've never really seen a video of Pirate himself talking about why things are done the way that they are. And so, for all the people who have been harvesting him for negative content and for trying to create reasons to have a problem with him, I still participated in his game jam recently, I still think that the resources that he points people to who want to make games are still great resources, and you can't knock people for certain things. If you're only 3 months in, then I would hesitate for you to follow the herd with what appears to be a majority opinion, which I can't really say that it is or not. But when you say things like almost the entire internet has turned on him, I don't really necessarily feel like that's true. I feel like a loud vocal minority has been attempting to drag his name through the dirt because of one reason or another. But at the same time, you also have to understand that there's absolutely an industry of negative content farming where people will find any and every excuse. Now, that's to say, some of the decisions with his syntax and algorithms and way of implementing certain things may not be the best. And there's probably reasons that he chose to do things in certain ways early on and may have not just learned other ways of doing things, because he wasn't making games at Blizzard, so it's not like he has any like professional game development experience, and neither do I. I mean, I've been paid to make stuff that was game-like. Does that count? You know, it's like, if you take a look at the code that I wrote for my game in 2013 and compare it to like the code that I've written now, you'd probably be like, fuck, dude, you sucked back then. And it's like, okay, well, experience and practice and time, you know, this leads to better code overall. But the important thing is, like, if it builds and it runs, right? That's already more than most people can do. So just take everything that you see about anyone with a grain of salt and think that, you know, there's another side to the story, and I don't know everything and I don't have all the details. And so I can't make a judgment or pretend to know what the truth really is just because some people made some videos. Oh, I realized it disappeared off camera. But you also, dude, you have to remember too, it's like, for all the people shit talking or whatever, the motherfucker's making something in Game Maker, which isn't exactly like the mark of like a super skilled person to begin with. But that said though, I have straight up met non-programmers, non-developers, non-Linux people who have made stuff in Game Maker. You know, whether or not they wrote the code themselves or they stole code or stole snippets from other places. Like, if someone who doesn't have a technical background is able to do that much, that's still impressive. You know, like, it's so much easier to find negative things to like complain about than it is to like actually make and build real shit. Ain't that right? In a few minutes, I'm gonna have another smoke. Get these animals something to snack on. Oh, Gracie popped up for that. She liked that word, snack. And then I'll heat myself up something. So, for equipment, there is this like pick up the item aspect, and then we're gonna have to get it back in the inventory, and then we'll have to be able to select an item to equip it. Maybe we want to have like a more advanced equipment type menu or some shit. But at the very least, when you pick up the item, we need it to go somewhere, right? So this will be the beginning of the inventory components again, which is going to be a vector of some sort. Vector of entity IDs, or it might even be a map, unordered map. So currently movement is done with ASDF W, as well as Q, E, Z, and C. So you have 9 movement keys on the left hand side of the keyboard. Then on the right side you've got the apostrophe key for attack. Notice he's attacking, but he doesn't have anything equipped, so there's no like overlay that visually displays like what's going on there. So I think maybe because left bracket is zoom in and right bracket zoom out, and apostrophe is attack, I'll make picking up an item /. See, there's like a lot of stuff down here that was part of the old code for handling the inventory item pickup and stuff. Actually, this is for equipping a weapon. This is like the old way I was doing it. My game. Okay. I'm gonna recommend that, like, for some background, right? Let's see. Yeah, let's take a look at this real quick, because this will give you an idea of the kind of game I'm making right now. Have you heard of a game called NetHack? NetHack is a successor to a game called Rogue. This is where we get the name roguelike from. The game I'm working on, I intend to be, at base, a roguelike, a dungeon crawler. There's a lot of games in this genre, but largely speaking, it's not as popular of a genre as many other genres. That said, it's a genre I love. It's a genre I'm a fan of, and I wish there were more games in this space, to a point where I'm making my own. One of my big problems with NetHack is that the default key binds are not only very right-hand oriented, but they're also very difficult to like reconfigure. To a point where one of the big motivations for this is that I want people to be able to custom configure their own keybinds and figure out their own most comfortable way of playing, while at the same time finding out the most comfortable way for me to play, because other people might find it comfortable as well. So, and of course in the future I'm going to have like a controller support and stuff like that. Probably no mouse support for this game. But with the intention that in the future I'll be able to do stuff like Dwarf Fortress using the kind of tools and systems that I'm building now. I want to be able to handle like large numbers of entities and things going on and interesting behaviors and mechanics and generative procedural storytelling elements and all that kind of stuff. But at the base, here's what NetHack's about. You're trying to get to the bottom of the dungeon in order to get a book of Yondor, I believe, and then carry that book back out through the top of the dungeon. Naturally, it's like 20-something floors they have to go through. This dude is currently on floor 6, 7, and he's moving pretty fast. This is actually a speedrun video. But they have very solid armor already. Like, they have -5 armor class, which is, this is probably in like D&D 2.0 terms, because future D&D got rid of the negative armor class component and started making, like, the higher your armor class, the better. Which, calculation-wise, it ends up working out very similar, but it is different, and they did make that design decision for a reason. I think base armor class in 2.0 was like 20, so like pretty much anything could hit you if you only had 20. But the every piece of armor and everything that you had, like dexterity bonuses and whatnot, would lower your armor class. But I think my system, I'm using positive armor class, or I will be using positive armor class. But they are 1600 turns into this particular run. They're using a modern live display, which was only recently implemented, I think, in like the last 5-10 years, maybe. NetHack is an old game. This was a game that was like, I think from the 80s. You know, this was played over like dial-up internet. In fact, I believe that there is a public alt.org NetHack server that you can log into and like watch other people playing live. So I wonder if I can actually... Oh, it's so sick. Yeah, check it out, check it out. So, over here, right? You can actually go to watch games in progress, and we could like straight up watch people who are playing NetHack right the fuck now. So we're gonna take a look at this first game, whoever's playing this. This is Alan B, the Magician. They're fighting an invisible troll. They just killed it. They're carrying too much stuff, which is why they're burdened. So they're gonna have to drop some stuff or suffer with movement and attack penalties. Multiple things can lay on tiles, so whenever you examine a tile to like pick something up, you have to select from a list of things. And actually, I should definitely have a similar system in my game when you go to pick things up. So we'll have to be able to handle dropping multiple things onto a tile, which we currently can do, but we're gonna have to come up with a selection mechanism so that you can observe the different items on a tile that you can actually interact with. There's a lot of things on that tile, Jesus. Whenever it gets so big, they have to like wipe the screen so that you can see the whole list. They're in level 23, holy shit. They're very far into this game. 33,000 turns. This is pretty good. Like, they're making significant progress. But now they're satiated and stressed because they're carrying too much stuff. They're probably trying to figure out how the fuck to proceed. I could straight up do some streams where I'm like commentating. Yeah, my game is turn-based. And dude, shout out to Binding of Isaac. I've bought that game a couple times. It's a solid one. Yeah, so the original Dwarf Fortress, most people don't know this, is that it too was also like majority ASCII style. Let's see. Yeah, like... So if I... Okay, so they're calling it Classic. I've been wanting to do some like ASCII style. Like, I think it would be really cool to implement my game in a way where I could also have like an ASCII rendered version and be able to like build out to both the Raylib graphical as well as the oh snap, so Blind actually has a classic video. Big fan of this guy. I like his content. Let's see. It's like a lot of people don't know that the original Fortress was like this. So he's playing adventure mode, which is kind of like not the traditional game mechanic, but it was all ASCII basically. So our, it looks like our dude has paused his game or something. He hasn't made a move in a few turns, so we could actually watch somebody else. Yeah, he's been idle for 3 minutes. We could take a look at Beholder. These were all games started today. This guy's hungry and burdened. He's 5,000 turns into the game. Currently on floor 6. Looks like level-ish 43. And there's a lot of stuff that I'm gonna have to add into my game in order to get it closer to NetHack, such as like, yeah, sure, you can currently select your race, so I could actually show you that too in my game. So over here in the character creation, if you press left and right, you can actually select elf, dwarf, orc, green slime, bat, wolf, org, halfling, and goblin. And it starts off with default human. And eventually I'll have more stuff in here too, but I'm pretty happy I got this system working. So like, let's play as a wolf. It'd be pretty sick to be like a wolf and pick up a sword. Unfortunately, the animation system wouldn't work with the wolf on that front, but he's got a nice little attack animation too on it, on his own. So you could be a little wolf if you want to. Yeah, there's the current release, dude. Have you not played the current modern Dwarf Fortress? You haven't? Hold on. This guy hasn't seen the modern Dwarf Fortress. I've got some videos on my channel with Dwarf Fortress. Hold on. I haven't played in a long time. I got a whole ass playlist that I started. You ain't seen any of these? What the fuck? I got videos, man. I got videos. I got a 5.5 hour gameplay. Murder of tree-hugging hippie elves. 11 years into one of my forts. And I remember what happened too. I had these dwarves. Like I built out this really sick fortress, right? But I was chopping down lots of trees, and as a result, the elves got mad, and they started giving me warnings. And then some traders showed up, trying to be like, yo, we got all this stuff, but we're not going to trade with you. So you know what I did? I fucking killed them. I murdered them in cold blood. And then I took all their shit. And you know what happened after that? Not a goddamn thing. They didn't say shit to me after that. So I just went on my merry way, you know, chopping down trees and not giving a fuck. Shit was kind of boss, actually. Like, first of all, how dare they tell me not to chop down trees? Like, you need the wood. You just need it. Like, period. There's so many things that you need wood for. How are you going to tell me not to chop down trees? So, like, yeah, I wish I had, like, kind of marked some stuff that happened in here. It might be cool to go back and, you know, through these at some point, or maybe even to, like, spin up a new dungeon or new fortress, or even examine, like, the old ones. Oh yeah, so I was experimenting with minecarts, trying to get them working, and because minecarts themselves are like a really fun mechanic. There's a lot of options that you can do with regards to like transport, as well as kind of like hacking through faster relocation of dwarves from one side of the map to another, or even through multiple floors, as well as being able to like very easily ship minerals and things that you mine out to different parts of your shit. See, there's all my wood, right? Like, I got a fuck ton of wood. I'm like stashing wood like a motherfucker. And yeah, one of the big problems, so this is actually a lesson that I learned the hard way. You know, I said about learning lessons the hard way earlier. One thing you want to do in Dwarf Fortress whenever you make a fort is actually make it several levels below the surface. Because if you only go down one level, then there's still the possibility that you end up... I just realized... Oh, yeah. Okay. There's a possibility that you end up, like, not... How should I say this? So, like, if you only go one floor down, the top, like, floor, or, like, you know, the surface level, might have some patches of grasses that eventually erode away and cause a hole to be in the ceiling of your fortress. And if you have a hole in your fortress, that means that other creatures and things can get into it. And what I didn't realize until later, and I'm like, why are there goblins and trolls and shit sneaking into my fucking fortress, kidnapping children, taking loot, and just being really fucking annoying after a certain point? And I realized it was because I had all these holes in the ceilings of my fortress, because I had only gone one floor deep, and some of the places that I was building at were actually beneath sand, and the sand itself was actually eroding through and causing holes to appear. So when the first, like, elder beast showed up, and I didn't realize that I had an unpatched hole somewhere, the beast was able to just bloop right into my fucking fort, and immediately, like, I went from like 200 dwarves, who just about every member of the fortress came together in the most epic fucking battle against this beast. Something like 80 dudes died, and many, many more were injured, to the point where my hospital was overflown, or just overburdened with injured, hurt people many of which died in the hospital. And that was fun to deal with. That was easily the most intense part of my Dwarf Fortress experience so far, and it was really fun. I've got like 300 hours on the current version. I've never really put time to like play through the classic version, but now that I'm starting to get a little bit better, or I've gotten better with the keyboard shortcuts and controls, and I'd probably have to pick them up again. But I remember developing a reasonable workflow, and I could easily see, you know, trying out classic mode finally. I've known about it since college, but even then it was kind of like, you know, I can learn computer science or I can learn Dwarf Fortress, and I don't have the brain at the moment for both. So I'm actually really happy for their success. I think the project's a fucking phenomenal game, and it's led to a lot of other people making really cool games as well, such as like RimWorld, which is another one I need to try out. This has been a pretty good stream today, you know what? Damn. I can't complain. But, you know, we've still got stuff that I'm in the middle of doing, right? Like, we haven't really done anything yet. I don't know how many people they're actually making, or how many people they have working on Dwarf Fortress now, but yeah, it was originally created by like two brothers, and for a long time they existed solely on donations. But I think a lot of us aspire to be the kind of developer like the Adams brothers, to be the kind of developer like Notch, you know, with Minecraft, to be the kind of developer like like Team Meat, you know, and Super Meat Boy. No, it's called NetHack. Netscape is is a predecessor to Mozilla Firefox. The vampire system, and I have not encountered vampires in Dwarf Fortress yet, but I am aware that there's a whole mechanic around vampires, and I think that's really fucking cool. I hope to have a similar, really robust, like, undead system in my game. You know, I think it would be really sick. So, with inventory, right? So, when iterating over the tiles on a or the entities on a tile, you encounter an item and we want to actually pick it up. First, we have to remove it from the tile, right? Then we need to add it to the entity who picks it up's inventory. Number one hacker on HackerOne, dog. I'm not even ranked on HackerOne, dude. I'm like, even on Bug Crowd, I'm like fucking like 1800 or some shit. I think RuneScape's also kind of a cool looking game too, but at the same time, it's also like, so many games require mouse usage, and I fucking hate the mouse. Uh-oh, the EFNet crew is showing up. How about you use your real name from the chat instead of hiding behind your anonymous fucking moniker? That's when I'm gonna finish it. Also, I'll finish it when I get an artist. You get someone to, you know, because I don't necessarily want to use Mini Fantasy asset pack for development of Skull, but there is a real truth with regards to like time spent working on pixel art versus actually writing code. Oh, it's Horsefucker. How you doing, Horsefucker? The man who, you know, who you like to do that shit, don't you? It's Mr. Klopp. Mr. Klopp himself. How you doing, man? No, he's not. Shut the fuck up. Channel's still up last I saw it. He's not in Romanian jail. The motherfucker lived in New York. In fact, I have the gift that he gave me still, and it's on my wall. Let's see if I can show it off real quick. It's a little bit crooked, but you know, don't mind that. So what they're actually referring to is this game project that I started a long time ago. It's kind of on hold indefinitely. Let's see if I can get a video up of where Skull was at last. Oh yeah. Okay, we got a gameplay video from where it was a little over a year, about a year and a half ago. So this was a shoot 'em up that I began working on, right? It's called Skull, and I had something cooking here, you know what I mean? It wouldn't be hard to get back to this point, especially now with the component system that I've created. But this was actually done before Raylib. Actually, I may have re-implemented this in Raylib at this point, but maybe not. I don't remember when I actually started using Raylib, because I remember when I was first introduced to it and I began exploring it and seeing like how hard or how easy it would be to convert a game written in libstdl over into Raylib. But as you can see, we had like I had like three different kinds of enemies. I actually have bullets coming from the enemies, because this was kind of like my attempt at a shoot 'em up or a Danmaku type game. But there were a lot of things that I didn't know and wasn't sure how to handle, and it became very clear that in order to make like kind of progress, I would have to either forego having assets available when I'm writing certain things versus being able to, because like people like visuals, people love visuals to a point where you really need something that people can actually see when you're actually making stuff. And because a lot of what I want to do is kind of like live coding and a lot of like documenting of the developer process, having assets ready ahead of time, I realize as a programmer is super valuable, super important. And the worst part is I don't have a vision for what happens throughout the rest of the game yet. I think at best, level 2 is probably going to be like an ice level or snow level. Because there is kind of like this, there's certain influences. One of them is like Ghosts and Goblins. Another is Gradius 3. You know, a lot of these old school games, right, that were very arcade centric in terms of their gameplay. So a lot of people want to see that game eventually come to fruition, but they're gonna have to wait because it was not the first game on the plate. It's more like let's see how far we can push this thing before I kind of tap out for a moment. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the process of getting it to that point, but it's not creatively where my headspace is at, where it was at even when I made it. But I had a lot of fun making that much. And people call it skull.exe in reference to a meme event that occurred during a contest with a fellow IRC person. And in the delivery of my game to the person who was going to test it, I had to get them a Windows build. And thankfully, I had a build system at the time that could build for Mac OS, Linux, and Windows pretty easily. But I forgot to strip debugging symbols out of the Windows binary before I sent it to my friend. And when he began to run it, he wasn't able to because he didn't have the DLLs necessary for the debugging symbols. So, because it took me too long to figure out how to strip those debugging symbols, he wasn't able to play it for the live demo. So that's where that came from. I actually didn't even know that it was adding debugging symbols by default, and so I was further disappointed and frustrated with Windows as a result. So, but I remember I did that build in Visual Studio, and I like Visual Studio more than Visual Studio Code, that's for damn sure. Speeding up. See, the problem with creating assets as you go is it just takes too long. For me, anyway. So, like, I like to have a big bucket of assets readily available that I can just throw into stuff. Even if they're not final versions of the assets, just having anything as a placeholder is enough to, like, work with. And in the absolute worst case, if I don't have an asset, I'll straight up draw like colored blocks in their place until I actually have something. But development is definitely a lot more fun for the developer even if you actually have like real assets that you can just put on the screen to get like some sort of impact or like visual feedback loop kind of going. What is my rank on HackerOne? I don't think I'm ranked at all on HackerOne because I've never submitted a vulnerability to it. Not one that was accepted or paid for anyway. I think I reported a bug with Jitsi because I found out Jitsi was leaking JWTs, but they said that this is not really a security problem. I'm like, okay, that's fine, whatever, if you say so. But I don't know. Publicly scrapable JWTs might be a thing. I'm just saying. But yeah, I think it's about time for a snack, time for a smoke, time to get the inventories cooking here. So one thing I've not tried to do yet so we're going to create an inventory. Now what's the type going to be? Inventory T, which does not yet exist. We're going to start with a basic struct like this. Uh-oh. I gotta plug the vape in too. Fuck. Hydrate. In between coffees, drink water. Can we get away with using a vector here without using shared pointer? I was gonna try and alias this to like something. Well, let me do that. I'm scared. Grace, you gotta do some more business? You all ready for snacks? Alright. We're gonna step out real quick and snack it up. Hang tight, y'all. Be right back. Tell the internet, you ready for snacks? You ready for snacks? No. You ready for snacks? Let's get some snacks. Okay, come on. It's my snack time too. Watch the master eat or some shit. Damn, Grace, you done already? Jesus. I haven't even gotten a bite of my sandwich yet. And Nano's done with this snack also. Yeah, no, I was saying, I'd probably end up having to make shared pointers for everything. Actually, I will have to make it a shared pointer. just as bad as she is. Push these things back together and then move back. So there's kind of like an interesting history with regards to shared pointers being in the standard now. A long time ago, back before I really understood them the way that I do now, there used to be this thing called Boost, which was a whole ass library that included unique and shared pointers. I don't know all the other stuff it did, but everyone back then made it a big deal. It was like if you're going to write C++, you had to learn Boost. And I wasn't writing C++ at the time. I was doing like Objective-C for iOS. Yeah. I know what a shared pointer is. But yeah, this is obviously for everyone who does not know what a shared pointer is. I was saying that when libboost was being made a big deal on the internet, at that time, I did not fully understand what they were. But there was kind of an analogy or an analog in Objective-C and iOS development through this thing called ARC, which is automated reference counting. It was something you could turn on and off in the build settings, but if you made a project and you declared that you're using ARC, basically you no longer have to manually free your own memory. However, not everybody uses it, and the first corporate workplace I did iOS development for, we did not use ARC in-house, so we had to manually manage our own memory. The way that I look at shared pointer is shared pointer allows me to be lazy, and I don't have to think hard about how everything's interacting. I can just treat something like a dumb pointer, and I don't have to worry about who's doing what to it or when, because if you properly remove objects from memory, then by the end of the program, everything gets cleared out of every data structure, and you never actually have to call free or delete yourself. So, like I was saying, boost is what happened before C++ 17. Like, I never really pay attention to the standard numbers, but, like, as an example, C++ 11 introduced auto, which back then, even then, I didn't really understand why this was a big deal. But auto allows you to also be very lazy in that you don't have to think about the name of a type in order to iterate over it and do stuff with it. That said, if you auto something and you don't know what kind of object it is, then it makes it very difficult to like actually, you know, like go through the method list. Because generally speaking, the LSP can figure out like what type of object that you declare auto is, so it's able to like properly give you a drop down containing all of the different methods for that object. It's very much like Python duck typing in a lot of ways, but at the same time, because C++ and C are both static, excuse me, that was a good burp, because C++ and C are both statically typed languages, and introducing something like auto, you can kind of like get away with a little bit of lazy typing or lazy duck typing. At a granular level, at best, it allows you to write things faster, and at worst, it introduces a level of cognitive burden where if you're working with something with auto deep enough into a block, you can totally forget what the fuck it even is that you're doing or what type it originally was because it's auto. But I try not to pay attention to the standard numbers, and I just make use of the features that I need to make use of. And if I can find a use for a newer feature and it makes sense for my use case, then I use it. That said, C++ has come a long way since I first began working with it, or trying stuff with it. Like, I probably wrote my first C++ program in like 2002. When I was like 17 years old for 11th grade computer science class. Oh man, don't even get me started on Fable. Holy shit. Fable is, by far, to this day, one of the worst disappointments in gaming history. Oh yeah, well that's the whole point, is that, like, just because it exists in the language doesn't mean you have to use it. And I like John Carmack's philosophy in this regard. He really encourages you to, like, write C style with minimal C++. I just watched my cat do that. You're a bad boy. Nano. Hey, that was mean. What the fuck is wrong with you? What a butthead. Nano. My cat gets like really hyper after snacks. He was a really good boy last night. I stepped out onto my patio and a moth got inside and I watched him kill it. I watched him hunt that motherfucker down, catch it midair, basically clip its wings and then eat it. It was brutal, dude. It was so cool though. He's a good cat. At the end of the day, he's a good cat. He might be a young boy and unable to control his energy sometimes, but for all the, you know, the mean stuff he's done to her, he's been more sweet than mean. Sometimes I don't think he realizes just how sharp his claws and fangs are, though. Even when he's actually starting to develop really good claw control when he plays with me. He, like, although sometimes that's not always the case, especially at night, like right before going to bed, he likes to attack my fingers and my toes. Like if I poke out, or if I like even attempt to stretch, like when I'm in bed, and I have like my fingers coming out from like underneath my pillow, or like he sees my feet poke out in my blankets, he pounces me. And he tries to get under the covers and then like attack my toes or my thigh that way, and I'm just like, dude, chill. I'm trying to sleep, man. But when he does have good claw control, though, it's like getting bat with like a gentle, fuzzy mitten. Okay, so we were talking about the problem with doing this, right? Really? It's fucking ugly. So basically for inventory, we're going to end up having to really not going to want to set inventory after the first time we do it, because yeah. Well, cats are nocturnal, right? Like by nature or something. Well, you know, the whole point is that C was used to make C++, right? I actually had a student who was taking like a master's class, and I had never really done what they did in this class, but I was able to help them walk through it because I knew what the class was about and I knew the material in terms of I could have worked through the material individually myself if I was taking the class. But effectively, this whole class was about like re-implementing all of the features in C++ in raw C. And mostly it's basically like, for instance, like, you know, if you think about like what a class is, right? Like, what is a class at the end of the day in C++? It's basically a struct in C, but with some additional things, such as pointers to functions, so that the functions that you would use to work with the object or the struct, such as accessors and mutators, are all packaged inside of the same struct. And effectively, this is kind of like a low-down, dirty version of what a class is at an implementation level. A lot of the things that are used to build up C++ are the result of preprocessor abuse, which has enabled some of the dynamic functionality that comes along with it. But at the same time, certain things are like super useful out of the box. Having spent as much time as I have writing just like raw C, I have a great appreciation for the STL now and what it actually offers. You don't really understand what you need until you try to do a thing and then run into a problem doing the thing. And in my case, the problem was I didn't want to have to rewrite or write like a whole ass brand new data structure for every single data type that I want to handle, right? And the STL, thankfully, makes this very easy. So let's think about this. If every inventory is basically just a shared pointer, then the first time that we go to create, like for instance, let's think about what it means to like add an inventory to the player. So this is the whole code for create player, the hero, right? So we pass in some stuff from an object called character creation. These are some of the variables that you can set when you're on that character creation screen. So as an example, I allow you to select race. And so race is something that would come from there. Race is effectively just a typed up enum with, you know, starting with none and then the various races that I currently implement. I created some back and forth functions to allow you to quickly, and this probably could be written a lot better, to quickly index between like a race type and its actual string representation, because I didn't want to do a lot of string comparison when you're actually working with the things in the context of like updating the game state. So when we actually set the entity type, which is a component, and actually all NPCs are going to have similar components. So create player actually calls create NPC, so it's a very generic process to actually doing this. The only difference between the player and the NPC is that they get a couple additional things set before they're actually spawned. But as you can see, All of these things are components that we're adding to this entity. We give it a name, we give it an entity type, we give it a race, location, a special object called sprite move, which is used with the graphics context. Is it dead? Do we need to update it this turn or this frame? What direction is it facing? Is it attacking? Is it blocking? Was its most recent block successful? Is it damaged? And texture alpha, which is another graphic specific thing. So if we wanted to add an inventory, we're not going to be able to say 0 here. Instead, we're going to have to do something kind of like this. And even then, we want a real inventory. We don't just want to make this null. See, this is the kind of thing I was really trying to avoid. So it might make sense for us to like create some sort of aliasing function, because this is kind of a long line. This is not a great looking line. This should compile and run though. Okay. Take a look at chat. You're right. We should use a set, but there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing that says you can't use vector. It would be possible to have duplicates. You're absolutely right. If I didn't go through a process of checking things, then yeah, absolutely. So we could actually look into doing it as a set instead. I am cleaning my room. Yeah, like, honestly, the difference between like a static array and a dynamic array is so big. Like, back when I learned Java, array list was like my favorite object. I was like, oh man, you mean I don't have to think about how big it is? Fuck, that's so great. I'm all about it, you know? I did fucking everything with array list, man. No, you don't want duplicates. Every entity ID is unique. So if you end up with multiple copies of the same entity ID in your inventory list, then that's a logic error, right? Like, you definitely don't want that. So, but that doesn't mean that you can't use vector. It just means that when you go to add an item to the vector, you should first check to see if that item is already in the vector. And one reason that you might consider using vector instead of like a set is for speed reasons. To my understanding, I believe vector might be marginally faster than set, but the whole thing is that set kind of handles that check for you, right? Another thing that you could do is you could use unordered map or map, because every key is unique already. So if you end up picking up something with the same entity ID, then it would just replace that same location in your inventory to begin with. And actually, I think I remember why there was some subtle nuance between a set and vector, and I forget what it is, but I bet I'll run into it if I keep working with this. Well, no, but see, everything is... No, but see, the way you're looking about it, it's like you can have multiple apples, but each of them has a unique entity ID. So long as they have, and based on the way that I create items and entities in general, every time you create a new entity, the next entity ID increments by one. So every entity has a unique ID. So you can have all apples in your inventory, like apple, 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 but each apple has a unique entity ID. So they would still, they would be fine. That's no problem. And the reason that you want to do it with integers as opposed to like strings is that comparing strings takes far longer computationally than it does to compare an integer. So at the very hood underneath the thing, you want your game engine to be fast operating in this regard. Working with ints ends up being faster than just about anything. So where all possible, use integer. And if you need something more complicated like float, then use that. And even better, if you can use char, like individual characters, you should do that too. Booleans also similar. So we're gonna keep working with set until I run into an issue. Right, yeah, that's why I use unordered map as well. Unordered map has been shown to be measurably faster. Generally speaking, the order that things are going to end up getting inserted anyway might be in order. I haven't been able to prove this yet, but just to kind of prepare against that kind of stuff, I'm using unordered. Well, if unordered set's that much faster, that's fucking sweet. I didn't realize that set, it was actually unordered set that was faster than vector. Also, shout outs to Beef Carver. He's an OG. I've actually collaborated with him on a music thing. Him and DJ Horsecock did backing beats. Actually, no, it wasn't DJ Horsecock. It was Zartet and him did a beat for a track that we did for a contest. I believe the name of the song was Animalize Me. Okay, so let's compile this and run this. So if this is set, then, or if this is going to be an unordered set, then when we go to actually pick anything up, we need to first remove it from So the entity ID that we're passing in is the entity that's actually picking up the item. Oh, that's right. It's an optional. So, fuck, dude. Ugh, look at that fucking ugly ass line of code. God damn. I was talking about like really good error checking earlier. This is what I'm talking about. You want to make sure that your inventory actually exists before you try to like work with it, right? I could just like do null pointer or whatever checks, but I kind of like the workflow optional offers. I'm actually not sure how well inventory is going to work out as an unordered set, because whenever I go to like actually display an inventory, isn't everything going to come back in a different order? I mean, I could see like possibly making that as a sort of a layer, so you only really sort it on the display rather than like having to actually sort the real inventory. And so we'll have this kind of like go between in order to make that happen. I think that'll be okay. All right, so let's verify that we're actually hitting these lines of code. It's a little bit cleaner. Okay. Check it out. Yeah. Right here. ID6 has an inventory. So we hit that line of code just like I thought. Oops. There we go. Wait a second. How do you add? How do you add to a set? What the fuck? There it is, insert. I don't know why it wasn't showing up here. Okay. So there's insert. Oh. I meant you like that. Yeah, it just didn't show up, and I had to scroll down the list of keywords. It wasn't immediate. I'm used to using pushback for vector. Alright, so we picked up the item. Good start. Alright, so we're able to pick stuff up. That's half the battle. The other half is going to be, well, that's the third. In addition to that, we're going to also have to, do the inventory screen again, actually display what's in the inventory, as well as give the ability to equip the weapon, which will involve creating a new component, or you can assign a weapon ID to like an equipped weapon or equipped like slot or something like that. Kind of like the idea of getting very explicit with which hand you equip something in, or certain body parts. It may not be able to represent certain things that I want to do gameplay wise visually, but I think it absolutely makes sense to build some of this stuff out. Like Dwarf Fortress's graphical mode doesn't necessarily show every single thing that happens. My dog hears me eating something. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you. dog, my cat. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to pick one or the other before long. Interesting. That would be something to be, something to compare for sure. Timing things to really get like a real sense of how fast certain pieces of code are is actually really difficult. And then this is why, like, if you're gonna do that kind of testing, it really makes sense to create an environment specifically designed for it. And the best case for this is going to be probably to run things on like a bare metal operating system where you're like super close to the hardware and you can sift out things that might otherwise cause like timing jitter, at a certain like zoom level of timing at a certain reference frame. Well, in this case, because we're not really working with large numbers of items, maybe unordered set would be better for the entity IDs, and maybe for individual inventories, vector will be better. Yeah, and I don't mind doing a check to see if something's in a vector or not. Like, it's not that big of a deal. And it kind of simplifies things to a certain degree. Yeah, see, it still works the same. By the way, all of this code is actually live on the internet. I may have deleted a tab. No, I didn't. Yeah, all of this code is right over here at github.com/MikeDesu/Raylib/RPGC. You can actually see the entire history of this particular project. You can see the Aider has partially contributed. It's mostly C++. The little Python that's in there is just for like a script for compiling stats. A handful, like a little bit of shell scripts and shader stuff. The make file consists of 1.4% of the whole project base, and the HTML that gets generated for the web build, because this does build and run in a web browser. All the code is right here. Some of it's a little bit, oh, B-tree is actually still in here, huh? I thought I got rid of that. So let me actually get rid of that old file while I noticed it. Current project sits at 5,654 lines of code. I forget what the head. Oh yeah, so tokens, estimated token usage. So I have a little thing that whips up like and attempts to estimate like how many tokens the whole project uses if you were to like ship it off to an LLM. So it sits pretty comfortably within a particular framework, but I wonder what it was at largest. So at worst, the project took up 99,000 tokens at its worst. So where it sits right now is actually pretty good in comparison to that. And one of the goals of this is to make the base small enough that I could actually start to do some real hardcore LLM, you know, like AI type workflow. Some of the game is AI coded. Like the component system itself was initially stubbed out based on instructions that I gave to Aider for DeepSeek. The input state management, this was vibe coded. This was an attempt to make, or rather extend Raylib's native input management system by adding the ability to have multiple key presses at the same time and have it recognized very easily. Trying to think some of the other things that were. The original inventory menu was also vibe coded. Every so often there's particularly good use cases for AI integration and coding, but that doesn't mean that I still don't have to like debug the stuff that gets generated sometimes. Oh, dude, take a look. Look. My dude, you're breaking my heart here. Let me help you out. All right. Go to raylib.com. Go to examples. Everything that you need to know about how to do anything in Raylib is right here. You can do so much with Raylib. It's all on the web. Let's click a demo example. What's a good one? Here we go. So this is a pretty good 3D little sandbox here, and it works entirely inside the browser. They even have the ability to kind of like rotate the camera too. It's kind of trippy. So here's the source code for that. He gives it all to you. Like literally, if you know how to read source code and put stuff together, you can test locally. You can build a local binary, or you can build a web, capable browser game. In fact, I have 2 games on itch.io. The last build of this game is actually up there. Like, check it out, dude. Wait. So we got Project RPG and There Can Be. Of course, Project RPG is right here. This is the last build that I got onto the web in June, at the end of June. So it's been almost 4 months since I've last pushed a public update. But look what we had even back then, dude. Let's see. I'm probably gonna get fucking killed. Yeah, I got killed. So this is actually in my browser. To do pretty good here, I need to find the weapon. I may have even disabled weapons temporarily. I got totally murdered there. It was around this time that I decided to rewrite the whole game in C++. So I think certain things weren't enabled, but at any rate, in addition to that, I also have There Can Be, which I did for the. I actually have music for this one. Now this music is not AI generated. This is actually music I made. So. This is music I made, and this is a game I made for the Pirate Software Game Jam. Yeah, what you need. Let's get some durability. So durability is cool. Because whenever you attack an enemy or you make contact with your sword, it subtracts 1 durability off of your total. Speed makes the player move faster. It was interesting trying to figure out some reasonable spawn rates. If you get hit, the character gets progressively more red. As your health increases, the amount of differential between each damage gets less and less. Magnet will pull coins to you faster. The meat power up will heal you. So if you get damaged, those will actually appear. size will make the sword physically bigger. As you can see, the sun is setting and the stars are starting to come out. And one of the fun things about this game is that it's written entirely in one source code file. That's right. You heard me correctly. All of the code for this game is in one file. Why? Because there can be only one. That was the theme for the game jam. And I thought, Highlander. Well, the theme was there. The theme was only one, so that's why I named the game There Can Be. And it was kind of a shout out to Highlander, because you are the Highlander and there can be only one. And so also, to keep with that theme, I decided as a personal challenge to myself to write the entire thing in one source code file. It also uses a very basic entity component system that eventually led to what I'm doing now in my current game, which is, of course, Project RPG. Getting cheesed by slimes, yeah. So this is also C++, but it also uses Raylib. And the pipeline from like source to web is so good. Like, you don't even need itch.io, dude. You straight up host things on your own server and be able to like get a game out to people without like having to rely on itch or Steam. And I think that's fucking great. I think that should be something I show people how to do, is how to publish your game to the web without having to go through something like itch.io or Steam. I know how to do that. So there is that. I've been on for a minute. I still feel like going though. I've never played Populous or Crazy Cattle 3D. Crazy Cattle 3D looks like it could have been a predecessor to Goat Simulator, though. Which I haven't really put all that much time into Goat Simulator, but a friend of mine I let play on my PSN account for a while, and she apparently got like all the trophies. And I was like, holy shit, that's fucking amazing. I thought the game was such a cool concept, but when I first picked it up, I picked it up on Steam, and I realized, oh shit, this isn't like the best way to play it for me. And so I picked it up on PS4, but I never got around to like actually putting a lot of time onto it. I have a huge back catalog of games I need to play. I call it my retirement plan. It's just a shame that I haven't been getting nearly as much attention playing games as I have been like making games and code and stuff like that, because I got a lot of games that I'd like to actually work through over time. Doesn't help that there's more games coming out now. I try to focus on like older games, although the last game I've been playing was Path of Exile 2, which is a rather newer title, but it's actually really good. Thinking a minute, probably smoke. But you know what? This might be a good checkpoint. You know, I've been live 5 hours. This is more than I've been on for a hot minute, so why cut my, you know, what do they say? They say don't quit while you're ahead, but you need to quit while you're ahead so that you stay ahead. So we're gonna do that. I'm gonna hang out with my dog and my cat. We're gonna chillax and enjoy some peace and quiet. So until next time, everyone. It's Dark Mage of the Evil Dojo. Thanks for joining today. Until next time.